Welcome to the hot shop this morning. We are pouring hot glass into the molds to create these trophies, and now we're just giving it a nice fire polish around the perimeter to make sure that those edges are nice and smooth. We'll take it out of this mold, and then he'll catch it in his gloves. If you look up on the big screen there, it will then take the shape of the logo, Washington State, and then into the annealing oven it has to go to cool back down to room temperature. As we continue to pour into this mold to make the logos, we are ladling the glass from the furnace. The furnace is about 2100 degrees, and it can hold up to 1,000 pounds of glass. It's powered by natural gas and forced air, and it runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We'll come out, and as it oozes over the sides, we'll use our shears to remove some of that excess glass from around the edge of the bowl and then pour into the mold. So these trophies will be for the Governor's Arts and Heritage Awards, and they'll go to organizations as well as individuals in the arts. And so we'll have about maybe 11 of them that will be created and then given out during the ceremony. So as we continue to take the glass out of the furnace, we also have to refill or recharge the furnace is what we call it, which means that we're going to replenish the supply, because that 1,000 pounds of glass doesn't just magically reappear. So our hot shop tech, Nick, the man who's taking the glass out, also recharges our furnaces. So can we see the charging the furnace video to learn about how the furnace gets glass? Can we please see the charging the furnace video?
Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead, we melt cullet that has been specifically designed to make blown glass art. The primary ingredient in glass is silica sand, or silicon dioxide. The other two main ingredients are soda, or sodium oxide, which lowers the melting temperature, and lime, or calcium oxide, to stabilize it. Once the cullet is loaded into the 2300 degree furnace, a rake is used to level the glass for even melting. The furnaces at the Museum of Glass hold approximately 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass and run continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
So when they're done annealing in the oven, a stand will be made for them. So this is for the Governor's Arts and Heritage Awards. And so these awards will be given out during the ceremony to the different organizations as well as people. So musicians, artists, so they'll be recognized for their work within the probably communities nationwide, I would say, or just probably locally. Can we please see a diagram of the furnace? Thank you. we're going to make one more award, and then we'll get into the actual glass blowing process. And we're going to make some cups next. So when the awards are finished, they'll be put on a podium like this one here, and then it'll be sandblasted with the recipient's name left in the positive. Then it'll go into the annealing oven there where it'll slowly cool down back to room temperature. The annealing oven is designed to ramp down at an even temperature. It's a computerized system of time. And then tomorrow, when it gets in the lower hundreds, we can crack it, which will then, we have to wait after that for it to cool a bit more, and then we'll be able to take it out. And then we're going to go into the furnace one more time. I think this might be our last one. That furnace there rests at about 2100 degrees, and it is able to hold up to 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass. So as it wants to kind of spill over the sides, we'll take our shears, remove some of the excess glass, and then pour it into the mold for it to take shape. That mold is a graphite mold, which can withstand those high temperatures. We don't often pour into molds here in the hot shop, but when we do, it is really fun to be able to watch this sort of process. So now that he has fire polished the sides and the glass has begun to cool down, once it starts to look a bit more clear than that really pretty halo orange, we'll be able to dump it out of the mold. We are finishing just our last one of the trophies here on the podium. It's the Shape of Washington State. It's for the Governor's Arts and Heritage Awards. And then into the annealing oven it'll go to cool down overnight. And in just a moment, as we're preparing ourselves, we will get into the process of blowing glass and creating different, I think we're going to make a wine glass for our goblet week, and then we'll make some cups as well. And so this month, we'll have a goblet week here at the Museum of Glass, which will highlight different artists creating goblets, which is a Venetian technique that is very hard to master, stacking glass to be a really finely made cup, wine glass, not wine glass, but goblet. So every day we're making something different here in the hot shop. And so if you're not able to, of course, come every single day, you can always watch our live stream. So you can join in at museumofglass.org. Click on the Hot Shop tab and then click on the live stream tab, and you can see what's happening here live in the Hot Shop. The process starts by getting a stainless steel rod nice and warm. Hot glass likes to stick to hot steel, and so we'll go into the glory hole there. The glory hole is where we can get the glass nice and hot, reheat the glass as well, but it is not where we get the gather the glass from. And so our glory holes are only designed for reheating glass. They rest at about 2,300 degrees during the process while we're working. And then once we're ready to dip the rod into the glass, we'll go over to our furnace. And our furnaces are the silver tanks with the black doors. That's a great question. The dome is the cone is about 90 feet tall, and it's in homage to old Tacoma when the wigwam burners were down here that would burn away all of the different particles that drifted down the waterway. So it's a really big cone because the idea was to make a really big presence downtown Tacoma so you can see us. Can we please see the glory hole diagram? So we'll have one glory hole on the right side of the hot shop and then the middle glory hole. They're all the same. They have the same function. Maybe you can turn them up a bit higher if you'd like. As you can see, they're powered by natural gas and forced air. They're used to reheat the glass, and they rest at 2,300 degrees. And the hollow fire brick is what allows those to be able to withstand those high temperatures. That's what it's lined with. Thank you. And then we'll dip into the furnace there and rotate that rod. As you can see, the glass looks like it's orange, but it's just very, very hot. And then into the furnace again to make that gather just a bit more. So we'll get a little bit more glass around the end of that rod there. The glass contains a certain level of viscosity, which allows it to adhere to itself as we rotate inside of the furnace. If anybody has any questions, my name is Emily. Feel free to shout my name out, and I'll be happy to answer your questions at any point in the process. Before I answer your question, just pay attention to the fact that he's blowing into the pipe to create a bubble, similar to the shape of a balloon. When we blow into the pipe, that bubble is the catalyst for all things made hollow in glass. I will say recently, the largest, whenever it gets really large, it also gets kind of crazy, right? Because it becomes a balance between carrying the large piece as well as surviving it while the process is going. And so they created a martini glass that was about 6 feet tall and maybe about 2 feet wide or larger. And the glass, the top portion of the cup was made separate from the bottom portion, and between it were beautiful fashion pieces. We call them well, it's a kind of like an orb with surface on it, and so that kind of looked like a bead. That's a great way to put it. That stacked the glass all the way up, and that will be suspended over a pool table in a home in Los Angeles, so we'll never see it again. So that's pretty crazy and cool. Great question. Back into the process of what we're doing, he blew into the end of the pipe there, elongated the bubble a bit. We're making cups right now, and so we'll continue to blow and shape at the bench. So we'll blow into the end of the pipe, and with our jacks are designed to help shape the glass, so direct that air as we rotate back and forth. If you guys are locals, every third Thursday, the Museum of Glass is open from 5 to 8 p.m. and it's free to the public, as well as Tacoma Art Museum and the Washington State History Museum. It's hard to hit up all three in 3 hours because sometimes you get stuck in the hot shop all night. And of course, why not? Why wouldn't you want to be here, right? So our Hilltop artists are here working. That's the youth art program. So that's between ages 12 and 21. And they're creating here in the hot shop. But after work on a third Thursday, if you ever would like something to do aside from just going to dinner, you can hang out here with us as well. A lot of the time when you work with color in glass, it's hard to see the final color while we're working. And I really like to watch the process in clear because you'll know what the final product looks like when it cools down. Well, after it cools down, but when it's hot, when it's clear, you can see during the process what it'll look like in the end. So we're gonna make a cup similar to the one that I put on the podium here. So in order to achieve this really beautiful A-line foot at the bottom, we'll blow on a bubble onto the bottom, rotate the pipe so it tacks all the way around, and then we'll shear it. This is an application of a foot without being too heavy and not solid, so it's weightless and it adds to the design features of the cup. Those jacks are two large blades, so they're able to carve into the glass as well as shape the glass. And so in a moment, he'll pinch into that glass to help clean it up. So we knocked off that little piece of glass at the end there, which will give us a really small access point to go into that bubble and then flare it open. So we have an additional rod. The transfer rod will allow us to remove ourselves from the initial pipe. In this process, we like to rub it into this grit here. We want the punchy to be attached, but not super duper tight to the end of there. So we intentionally create a dirty transfer bit of glass. Well, that's what it's called. And then we'll go in, cinch it, and remove it off of that blowpipe. So now we can open up the opposite side and shape the lip. So it's drinkable. You can drink from it now once we clean it up. Can we see some of the past goblets? In the past, we make, well, yearly, we make goblets and decanters for our Red Hot Gala. And we're not going to make decanters for this event because this is just the Goblet Week event that we're making goblet or cups for. And so there are some past goblets from our annual Red Hot Gala. But I just wanted to give you guys some examples of different goblets that are made here in the hot shop. We'll tap it off the pipe. We can give them a round of applause for all their hard work. And then it has to go into the annealing oven to rest and cool down overnight. It can't stay in the natural environment because then it'll crack due to thermal shock. Those inner layers and those outer layers cool at different rates because glass is certainly like an onion. As we continue to gather the layers of glass, then as they cool, they have to go into the annealing oven to be safe. So we'll do the entire process all over again. We're going to continue to make cups this morning here in the hot shop. Once again, this is for Goblet Week, which is this month, I believe towards the end of the month, but check back on our website for more information about the Goblet Week. various artists will come to the hot shop and design their own style of goblets, which is a very hard technique to nail because of stacking all of the pieces. They're so fragile, it's so thin, and you're really, really pushing the material to its limits, I could think is a great word. And then stacking it and making it stand perfectly will demonstrate the master's work, the master's hand at work, and how much they've learned how to harness this material and create beautiful works of art. Yeah, that's a great question. So how hot is the annealing oven now? It could be between the higher 800s and then the lower 900s, so maybe about 9 something lower on the lower end. And what we want is we want it to come down below 300, or when it gets to about 100 degrees or a little higher, we can crack it. And then once we crack it, it'll come back down to room temperature. So even when we crack it, the glass will still be hot to touch because, the heat in the hundreds is still pretty hot for our hands. And so that is a computerized system of time that brings the temperature down. And so when it meets it at the temperature that it's at, it's hot enough to hold it, but it's not high enough to continue to melt it. So we'll blow into the end of the pipe there. We created that little handle on the end to be able to drag that bubble with the jacks. So as you can see, when we're working in clear, you can see that when it looks a little orange right now, but when it cools down, it'll be just like the cup on the podium here. So today, we're not using color, but we usually add color to the glass, and by adding color, I'll give you guys a visual in just a moment of one color application, and that's known as color overlay. And then there's also bits of chopped glass, and that's known as frit. So whenever you see spots of glass and the final, like in the galleries, like in Chihuli's work, there's a lot of frit roll-up that we do, that he does, and you'll see the final display as little bits of color, kind of like a splatter. And then that's just 2 examples of how you get color into the glass, but can we please see the color overlay video to learn how the glass in the hot shop gets color?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
And if you go up on the mezzanine there, you'll see all the different lines and patterns in the work on display. That work is designed and created by Lino Tagliapietra. He's one of the oldest currently living glass masters. And he just retired from making glass recently. I think he was closer to the age of 90. And the way that he got pattern into glass derives from rolling up cane, and the cane will have color in it. And so there are so many steps in the process of that glass up there. So every time you see color, it is applied in a special way. And every time you see lines, they are applied in a special way. It's all steps to the process. So now we'll go into the end of the cup here, blow into the pipe there. We're going to blow on a bubble of glass, which will function as the foot. And after we clean up this little bubble, we're going to open it up. It'll be an A-line foot here, similar to the cup on the podium. And if you get up out of your seat and you watch the process from on the balcony there, you get a lot. It's kind of like a bird's eye view. It's a lot more of an intimate look from the top, and it's kind of warm because the heat travels. So now we've created the transfer rod, which is a rod with a little bit of glass at the end. We're going to stick it to the bottom of our cup, and then we'll just give it a nice little pinch at the end of the opposite rod to help remove that cup. It's so fragile, it's so thin that just that little bit of tension and tapping the pipe, those vibrations help remove it off of the blowpipe. And now we'll go back into the reheating chamber. Can we please see the glory hole diagram? The glory hole is where we reheat the glass just to get it nice and warm and malleable enough to be able to edit its shape. It's powered by natural gas and forced air, and it's used to reheat the glass to keep it from breaking, and it rests at 2,300 degrees. Thank you. For my youth audience members that are here with us in the Hot Shop, if you guys are interested in our Kids Design Glass program, it is a contest where you can submit an illustration. You have to be 12 and under, and you can find more information about it in the grant hall on the table. If your illustration is chosen, then your artwork will be made here in the Hot Shop. One piece will go home and one piece will stay in our permanent collection. So that is our youth program that we run all year long, and that is a demonstration that happens here in the Hot Shop once a month when a student or when a youth is chosen. We'll tap it off the pipe. Let's give them a big round of applause for all their hard work. And then into the annealing oven where it'll go to rest to cool down overnight, back to room temperature. It has to cool down in the oven so it doesn't crack here. We can't just leave it in the Hot Shop to cool down on its own. So it needs help to cool back down to room temperature. For my youth members in the audience, can we please see the Kids Design Glass video so they can learn a little bit more about the program?
Like art through the ages, glass has always been sort of made by designer and maker. And so to highlight that relationship, we created Kids Design Glass, where kids age 12 and under can make a drawing and submit it to us. We'll make 2 pieces, give one to the family, and we'll keep one to put in our collection and build the exhibition that has been Kids Design Glass.
We get a huge stack of drawings, and we sift through them to pick the ones that we can make and the ones that are interesting.
200-300 drawings a month, so we get a stack of drawings.
We go through each one. It's a drawing and a story about the drawing.
Probably the most unique drawings are the ones that really stick out. The ones that aren't like based on a character that they've already seen. The ones that come straight from their imagination.
Usually kids by that age, they're not really tainted by like pop culture and outside influences. They kind of like what they like.
My original idea for the rainbow marshmallow, when the marshmallow melts, what comes out are their tears. And this one cries rainbows. Like the inside is all rainbow. It was the first time that I was like kind of made contact into like the glass blowing world. And what was really fun about it was knowing that a piece that I've come up with that is like part of my self-expression was like interesting enough for others to like incorporate it into the real world.
Being in a creative environment, I think that builds self-esteem, and the fact that they're going to have this thing that they're going to have the rest of their lives of something that they had as a child, and then knowing that they're actually like in a museum collection, which is pretty incredible when you're under 12 years old.
If any other kids are entering the program, then I'd say I really hope that your art gets chosen. It is really mesmerizing to see the details being put on. I was just very happy that the Hot Shop team actually chose my art. Who knows, maybe if you're timing it just right, you could actually get up there when your art is like being displayed up there.
For 20 years, we made some wild things. It's so free, and I would say loose, but what we really pay attention to is making sure that we're capturing all the details.
There's so many challenges in making the kids design drawings, and I think that's something that maybe the average viewer wouldn't notice.
A lot of these objects are very fragile and are just different than any of the other glass I usually work on.
The way the kids draw them, they just have no idea of what, you know, glass can do, so they just draw it however their mind imagines this object.
We're talking with them, making sure that we're seeing the color the same way, making sure that, you know, the eyes are on one side or are they supposed to be on both sides.
Appendages and weird helmets, they're all great challenges and things that we wouldn't necessarily run into without this program. I think it's inspiring for us as glassmakers, and I hope it's inspiring for the kids doing the drawings. I hope the kids kind of see that their creativity is this muscle that they need to exercise.
One of the best parts about the program is seeing the kid in the front row giving us tips on how we can make it better or things they don't like that we're doing. They have a voice here.
I designed the lion crab in 2011. Just recently, we went back to the museum, and seeing my piece on display at the museum was just incredible.
I mean, we have times where people come in the crowd and some young adult, you know, in their 20s or early 30s, is like, hey, you made my kids design glass, and they bring out their phone and show us a picture, and it's them like 10 years old, and you know, it's to see the impact that we've made. I think every single one is special.
For those of you who just joined, we are making some of the cups here on the podium. And so right now we're at the bubble and we'll add the foot in just a moment. My name is Emily, and if you all have any questions, feel free to shout my name out and I'll be happy to answer your question. So now that we've added on that additional bubble, which will function as the foot, we'll start to clean it up and then flare it open so it'll have a really nice, beautiful A-line at the bottom so it can stand. So we have to go in and out of that reheating chamber to keep the glass nice and hot, especially in spots that we would like to edit the shape, clean it up, open it up, shape it better. So in order to remove this from the initial blowpipe, sir, we'll dip into the furnace there and gather glass. That is where all the molten glass is held to be worked into the process. So what she's making is known as a punty rod, and so it's a transfer rod that we need to add to the end, connect to the bottom of the cup so we can clean up the opposite side of the piece. Can we please see the furnace diagram? So our furnaces are the silver tanks here with the black doors on them, which help reduce any sort of sediment getting into them. And so as you can see, they're powered by natural gas and forced air. They run 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and they hold about 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass. Thank you. So we've connected that additional rod, that transfer rod, and then back into the glory hole to get the end of the cup nice and hot so we can start to open it up and clean up the lip. So now we'll get under it with the claw there, tap it, and it'll be removed from the pipe. Let's give them a big round of applause for all their hard work. And then into the annealing oven, it'll rest until it cools down overnight. It has to cool down in an annealing oven to prevent any sort of thermal shock. We can't just leave it in the natural environment. It's too cold out here for it. And that is how goblets are made. And we're going to continue this process. January 15th through the 19th, we'll have various different local artists come and work here in the Hot Shop. Just to name a few, we'll have Jason McDonald, Jen Ellick, and Jim Mongrain designing their goblets here in the Hot Shop, showcasing their really master skill set of creating these really fine, fragile works of art that will then be sold during the Goblet Weekend party. And so if you're interested, feel free to find out more information. They're really a cherished, coveted item within the glass community because they are so hard to make. But they always, as the artists do, make it look very easy during the process. And so if you would like to get in on the action, potentially buy one of the cups before they immediately sell out, because some of them are really well, they're all very fabulous, but they go quickly. And so if you're interested, you can learn more online at museumofglass.org, purchase a ticket for the event, come in to the Hot Shop, or watch us on the live stream. If you can't make it in, and you want to watch something other than Netflix or YouTube, you can always come on to www.museumofglass.org and watch our live stream to see who's in the Hot Shop making what for the day. So we'll carve into the glass, and this specific movement is known as carving in a jack line. The jack line is very important because we want to carve into this area to help separate the bubble from the pipe, as well as create an area of tension. You want to have a good jack line so when you try to remove yourself to get to the next part of the process, when you try to remove yourself, it's a successful removal. So in order for us to replenish that 1,000 pound stock of glass, we have to recharge the furnaces. And so as we constantly take the glass out of the furnace, when the levels start to get low, our hot shop tech, the man there with the beanie on, his name's Nick, he recharges the furnaces. So can we please see the charging the furnace video to learn how the glass gets into the furnace?
Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead, we melt cullet that has been specifically designed to make blown glass art. The primary ingredient in glass is silica sand, or silicon dioxide. The other two main ingredients are soda, or sodium oxide, which lowers the melting temperature, and lime, or calcium oxide, to stabilize it. Once the cullet is loaded into the 2300 degree furnace, a rake is used to level the glass for even melting. The furnaces at the Museum of Glass hold approximately 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass and run continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
So now we moved on from how does the glass get into the furnace to how does the glass get color? So we buy our color from the distributors because we don't have the ability to house multiple different furnaces with different colors. It's very expensive. It can kind of be hazardous also due to the different ingredients to make colors. They come from minerals. And so this is a color bar, and in order to add this red to the clear, we get the red hot and lay it over a clear bubble. And so the illusion is that we have a lot of clear and a lot of red and a little bit of clear, but really we have a lot of clear and a little bit of red. And so it's more efficient and it's wiser for us to have clear glass and always add color to the process. Because like I said, we cannot house multiple different furnaces of all these beautiful colors. And so can we see the color overlay video to learn a little bit more about how color gets into the glass?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
We'll blow into the end of the pipe there, give it a cap, and the bubble will come out of the end of the glass, well, into the end of the glass at the end of the pipe. And so this will be the body of the cup. We're going to make a cup similar to the one we put away, but there's one on the podium there also. And that'll be the long portion. So we're going to elongate this bubble to function as the cup portion of the goblet. So we're working on the cut portion of the goblet that's here on the podium. So as we continue to go in and out of that reheating chamber, it'll keep the glass nice and hot so we can continue to blow and shape it at the bench. Can we see the glory hole diagram? So if you look up at the big screen, you'll be able to see the glory hole diagram, the illustration of it's powered by natural gas and forced air. It's only used to reheat the glass to keep it from breaking. And it rests at about 2,300 degrees. It is lined with hollow fire bricks, which can withstand these really high temperatures. So when we go into the reheating chamber, we'll get the glass nice and hot, come back to the bench. We only have so much time we can stay out of the reheating chamber. So we go back and forth to the glory hole multiple times during the process. If anyone, well, never mind. And next, what we'll do is we'll bring over some additional glass and we'll blow on a small bubble onto the end, which will then be opened up and turned into the foot of the goblet. We remove that excess glass, and then there's a little hole that we can then go into when the glass gets nice and hot, and we can flare open the bubble to create a really nice A-line foot. So now we'll connect an additional rod to the bottom. This is known as a transfer rod. So we can take ourselves from the blowpipe. So we can take the glass off the blowpipe and then clean up the opposite side. So we're going to clean up the lip of the cup. So now as we're in the reheating chamber, we're getting the in portion of that cup nice and hot. When we come out to the bench, we'll start to clean up the neck of the glass. So we'll go in with the tweezers and slowly tweeze the glass and then in with the shears to eliminate some of the extra glass, and it'll give us a really nice even lip on the cup that will now be able to flatten so we can actually drink from the cup. So as he goes in with his jacks and rotates back and forth, he's able to shape the glass, whether that means opening it up or just making sure that the walls are nice and even by rotating back and forth and holding the jacks in a steady place. And then when we decide that we're finished, giving it all of the edits and enhancing its shape, we'll then knock it off of this pipe and put it away. And so Sarah will come over with her tongs, we'll knock the pipe, the vibrations will help remove it. Let's give them a big round of applause. And then into the annealing oven it'll go. We'll place it there until it cools down overnight to prevent any sort of thermal shock. And that is how a cup is made, and we'll do it all again in just a moment. Welcome to the Hot Shop. For those of you who are just joining us here in the Hot Shop, we're making cups today, similar to the one that we just put away. And then there's also one on the podium here near our trophies that we were making this morning. You're welcome. Have a great day. So the process will start by dipping a hollow steel rod into the furnace. The furnace is our large tank of glass there that holds up to about 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass at 21. It rests at about 2,100 degrees. And although the glass looks orange, it's not orange, it's just hot. When it cools down, it'll be clear, just like the glass on the podium. We'll go back into the furnace there just to add a little bit more glass to that initial gather. And then to the pipe cooler. The pipe gets a little bit warm as we dip into that furnace multiple times, and so we'll go to the pipe cooler to cool it down. Sometimes if he gets something into the glass or if there's a bubble in the glass, then he'll remove it by shearing it away, by cutting it out. So he doesn't want any bubbles in his glass, so what he did was just kind of clean up the gather that he had, and now he'll go back in to capture some more glass that probably won't naturally have a bubble inside of it. He's making cups, and he doesn't want his cups to have bubbles, and so he cleaned it up. We're going to do it all over again. We'll go over to the marvering table to help shape the glass as well as cool it down a bit. And then we'll blow in. He'll blow into the end of the pipe, which will create a bubble similar to the shape of a balloon at the end of the pipe. So when the pieces cool down and we can finally touch them again, as you can see here, Trent is unloading the annealer. They made these pieces yesterday. And these pieces will end up in the store, so people that visit, like you all, are able to purchase items made here in the hot shop. Can we please see the glory hole diagram? So as we work in and out of the glory hole, you can see it's powered by natural gas and forced air. And it's used to reheat the glass to keep it from breaking, and it's about 2,300 degrees, which allows to help give those high temperatures, help the glass to stay nice and malleable, get it nice orange hot so we can shape it at the bench. Thank you. And now we'll go on with our jacks to shape the glass and then carve in a jack line towards the end of the pipe. So when we carve into the glass like this is known as carving in a jack line, and it's a reference point indicating the end of the pipe and the beginning of the piece. And now Sarah will bring over an additional bubble of glass to be placed on the bottom of the cup. It'll function as the foot. Once we blow, it's known as a blown foot. Once we blow it on, then he'll go in and clean it up. So we'll share it, place it onto the bottom of the cup. Go in with the shears to eliminate the extra glass. And then he'll go in and clean up this this bubble that was blown on to be able to open it up and flare it out. So we'll carve in with our jacks, which will help eliminate some of the glass. And then with our shears, we'll clamp into the glass and knock off the extra materials. And so there's a little access point there, which then he'll be able to get into and open up the bubble. And now we'll go in with our transfer rod and we'll place that rod at the end of the cup there. Squeeze that jack line, tap the pipe on the bench and it'll remove the cup. So now we can work on the opposite side of the cup and clean up the lip. If you all have any questions, my name is Emily. Feel free to shout my name out, and I'll be happy to answer your questions. He'll go in with his tweezers and then his shears to clean up the glass that he tweezed from the beginning of the cup. This will make for a lot more even surface around the lip of the cup. We'll bring over the tongs, tap it off the pipe, and then let's give them a big round of applause for all their hard work. And then into the annealing oven, we'll place it where it'll slowly cool down overnight to prevent any sort of thermal shock. And it'll come out looking similar to the one here on the podium. January 15th through the 19th, we will have Goblet Week here at the Museum of Glass, and that means various different artists will come and showcase their talent, their mastery skill set of creating goblets through molten glass. And that'll be artists like Jason McDonald, who's been on a few different Netflix Blown Away series. We have Jim Mongrain, who is actually one of the directors at Chihuli's private studios. And then we will also have Jen Ellick, a very, very well-known Seattle glass artist. here creating their goblets with us. And that's just a few to name. There are more artists that will be coming. That's January 15th through the 19th. And then that weekend will be a ticketed event where you'll have the opportunity to purchase some of the goblets that were made here in the Hot Shop. And they're all one of a kind. They're fabulous, of course. And so if you're interested in coming and watching their work, you can come here to the Hot Shop and hang out with us in the museum, or you can also get onto the live stream and watch online what's happening here in the Hot Shop. And we'll make another cup here, and as the process starts, he blows into the end of the pipe, creating that bubble, which will be the cup portion of his goblet. After this cup, we'll take a lunch break for about 1 hour. And then when we come back from lunch, we'll do it all again around the 2 o'clock time frame. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with us. I hope you guys are having a happy Friday. It's Friday, yay! So for our reheating chambers, our 3 reheating chambers, they all have the same functions, and they're just to reheat the glass to keep it from breaking, any sort of thermal shock during the process. And then in our furnaces here, there's 2 silver tanks in the hot shop with the doors on them. That is where the glass is held. The furnaces rest at about 2100 degrees. They can hold up to 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass. And they run 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. But then our reheating chambers, we turn these off at night, and then we turn them on when about an hour before, because it takes about an hour for them to heat up to 2,300 degrees while we're working. And we turn them off and turn them on at the end and the beginning of preparing to work the glass. And now we'll come over and we'll prep the tongs, and then we'll knock the piece onto the tongs, and then we'll place it into the oven where it'll rest and cool down overnight. So we'll tap the pipe. Those vibrations will help send the piece off. Let's give them a big round of applause. And now we will put it into the annealing oven where it'll cool down overnight. We'll see you guys after lunch. Thanks for hanging out with us, and we'll be back in about 1 hour. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Hot Shop. I'm just going to give other visitors a chance to come on in. We'll let the Hot Shop team slowly come on up and prepare themselves. We will be blowing glass and after lunch, of course. This morning we were pouring glass, which was really cool. And we made these really awesome Washington State trophies in a mold. And then we began to create these cups. We made this item here yesterday, but whenever we take them out of the ovens where they bake down, we'll put them on the podium for you all to see. Items like that will go into the store. Items like this are for a special project. They're for the Governor's Arts and Heritage Awards. It's a long title to remember. And then the cups will be for just prep for Goblet Week, which is the 15th through the 19th, with various different local artists coming to create goblets. And that is a wonderful demonstration to see at a later date this month. We are going to make a wine glass that will complement the goblets for Goblet Week. The goblets will be made by various different artists, and then the Hot Shop team will make some as well. My name is Emily, and if you all have any questions, feel free to ask during the process. Just raise your hand or shout my name out. I will let them prepare. I'll let some other guests have a chance to come into the Hot Shop, and then I'll let you all know exactly what it is that we're doing in just a moment. Happy Friday. Thanks for hanging with us here in the Hot Shop. So once again, welcome to the Hot Shop. Happy Friday. I hope you guys are having a wonderful day, dodging the raindrops outside. But now you're in here in the Hot Shop with us where it's nice and warm, and you're in for a great demonstration here in just a moment. As we get started, we're making a wine bottle. My name's Emily. I'll be your MC for the afternoon. And like I said, if you have any questions, feel free to shout my name out or give me a wave, and I will be happy to answer your questions. But to start with the process and what we're doing, I'll just give you guys an overview of our ovens and our furnaces so you can understand what we're doing when we are working in and out of the benches and the furnaces. So the process starts by dipping into the furnace. Can we please see the furnace diagram? And so as you can see there, these silver tanks here with the doors on them are powered by natural gas and forced air. They run 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and they hold up to 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass at 2,100 degrees. So dipping into the furnace is like dipping into a jar of honey. That glass contains a certain level of viscosity, which allows it to adhere to itself as we rotate the steel pipe. Stainless steel is not the best conductor of heat, so the high temperatures don't travel up that rod. And then from there, we will work in and out of the reheating chambers. The glory holes are powered by natural gas and forced air. They're used to reheat the glass to keep it from breaking. And they rest at about 2,300 degrees. And that'll be the drums here, the drum-like ovens with the orange face. They're open. They're lined with hollow fire bricks, which can withstand those high temperatures. Thank you. Now, more specifically, at the point of the process that we are in, we have gathered a clear bubble, a clear bit of glass, blew into it, created a bubble, and then we brought over a piece of colored glass that was hot, snipped it, and stretched it all the way back to the end of the pipe, creating a color overlay. This is how we add color to glass. They did it kind of quickly, so I will replay it in a video for you all to see in a bit slower pace to understand how we apply color to the glass. So can we please see the color overlay video to learn a little bit more about how we added color to the clear bubble?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So on the far right side of the hot shop, as you can see on the big screen there, we'll go in with our block. Our block is a piece of hollowed out cherry wood that's been soaked in water to protect the material as well as the glass. And it also helps cool down the outer layers, give it some nice even round shape to the molten hot glass while keeping those inner layers nice and hot so we can continue to blow out the bubble that's inside beneath the color. And then here, Sarah is just marking the roller wrap, which is a color that will be wrapped around the outside of the wine glass. I'm sorry, the wine bottle. We're making 2 wine bottles, one right now, and the one that the body of it will be gray, and the wrap will, of course, be white. We'll go back into the furnace and gather another gather of glass around that initial color overlay. We have to go over to the pipe cooler to cool the glass down because it starts to get super duper hot. So steel's not the best conductor of heat, but the pipe will start to get hot as we continue to dip into the really high temperature furnaces or the reheating chambers. And so when it goes over there, it's because it's a little spicy where we want to grip the pipe at. And so we're just cooling the pipe down. Wine bottle with a roller wrap, meaning that it'll have stripes on the outside. So during Goblet Week, we'll have various local artists come into the hot shop and create their style of goblets. And then at the end of the week, we'll have a really awesome event where anyone can purchase a ticket to come to the event to be able to purchase a goblet. And then we're also going to have a wine bottle on display. So now she'll come over with the color, attach the additional color, and then Ben will continue to roll that pipe, and it'll create stripes as he pulls the pipe backwards around the body of the glass. So this gives us pattern with color, lines of color. Now, to change the way that the lines are laid onto the surface of the glass, he will kind of slam as well as pull the glass, and the plate there has low and high points like a Ruffles chip. It has ridges, so then it'll help interfere with how that pattern will be placed on the surface of the glass. So the question is, how do we make glass? That's a great question. We don't make glass here at the Museum of Glass, but we do buy what we call batch, which is glass that is then melted in our furnaces. So when we hit the glass on that plate, it then changed the direction. So, when we have to make glass here at the museum, it's a process that we will do known as charging the furnace. And so that means when our furnaces start to get low, that 1,000 pounds doesn't just magically reappear, although we do wish it did, because that would be great, right? So what we do is we charge the furnace. The hot shop technician comes in and he refills the furnaces with glass. Can we please see the charging the furnace video?
Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead, we melt cullet that has been specifically designed to make blown glass art. The primary ingredient in glass is silica sand, or silicon dioxide. The other two main ingredients are soda, or sodium oxide, which lowers the melting temperature, and lime, or calcium oxide, to stabilize it. Once the cullet is loaded into the 2300-degree furnace, a rake is used to level the glass for even melting. The furnaces at the Museum of Glass hold approximately 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass and run continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
And so if you look up at the big screen there, when he bought the glass around, you can see it a bit better now that they continue to blow out the bubble to expand the pattern and the shape of this wine bottle. These wine bottles will be, they'll be raffled off with 2 complimentary goblets when Goblet Week comes. So it'll be January 15th through the 19th with the celebration that following that weekend. And there will be more information at museumofglass.org if you guys are interested in purchasing tickets and coming, or just you can also watch the process live on our live stream. If you can't make it to watch various artists visit us that week and design their own goblets. So we'll go in now and carve in a jack line with our jacks with that tool there. And carving in a jack line is a very important step in the process. It's a reference point indicating the end of the pipe and the beginning of the piece. And once again, if you guys have questions, my name's Emily. Feel free to raise your hand or shout my name out, and I'll be happy to answer your questions. Can we see the glory hole diagram? So as we go in and out of the glory hole, we're just getting the glass nice and hot to be able to shape it at the bench. For those of you who weren't here at the beginning of my speech, this is the glory hole, how hot it gets, and its function. Thank you. And then we'll go on with that pad there. That pad is newspapers that have been soaked in water, which will allow us to shape the glass, almost like using our bare hands. They just give us a nice grip to be able to shape and guide the hot glass where we would like for it to go. So when making glass, we often will shape the bottom before we clean up the top. So as you can see, we're now shaping the bottom, forming the bottom up, and then we'll connect another pipe to the end of this and flip it right side up and clean up the opposite side of the bottle. We'll put a little bit of water on the end of that jack line we carved in, tap the pipe, and the vibrations will help set him free from, set the glass free from the opposite pipe. And now we'll work on the opposite side and clean that lip up at the top of the bottle. We're gonna put ourselves, put the glass back on center. she'll follow along with the paddles just to make sure that his hand is nice and protected. That radiant heat from the wine bottle there is just, you know, we don't want to, it kind of knuckle biting, very hot. So now we'll go in and slowly open up the neck of the wine bottle. So this team that you're looking at, we are here Wednesday through Sunday from 10 to 5. Sometimes the people change. Sometimes we'll have a sub. It just depends on what we're doing that day. And they do this as their regular jobs, their careers. But then we also have programs where artists come and visit. And so this museum was designed for artists of all different backgrounds to be able to bring their visions to life through the medium of glass. And so, we're adding the stamp right now. So we added a little bit of glass, get it nice and hot, and then we're going to stamp it with this special logo for that Goblet Weekend event. But like I was saying, artists that are not glass blowers can come, they can apply to be a part of our artist in residency program. And that's yearly. There's always different artists from around the world that come and they want to work with our Hot Shop team. And these artists here on the floor are a part of our Hot Shop team, give or take. Sometimes there's a sub. And now we have to prepare this piece to be taken off of the pipe and then put away. And so Trent is suited up to be able to catch the piece off the pipe and place it into the annealing oven. He'll give the bottom of the pipe there, that connection point to the piece, a nice flash because we want that part to be nice and hot. So then when we put water onto it, the friction will set in, the thermal shock will permeate through the end of the glass, and it'll pop off very easily. We'll put a little bit of water on the end of the connection piece there. Trent will get under it. We'll tap the pipe and we'll torch it off. Let's give them a round of applause for all their hard work. And then into the annealing oven, we'll place it where it'll slowly cool back down overnight to room temperature. Let's give Trent a big round of applause too for boxing that piece up. And we'll do it all again, so if you watched it halfway through or towards the end, you can stay and hang with us for a bit longer, and you can watch it from start to finish. There's a couple different process that we'll do during this. We'll have color overlay, and then we'll also have some pattern rolled onto the surface. For my visitors who are younger, the youth artists, we have a really cool program here known as Kids Design Glass. So if you guys ever want to get into the action, I encourage you to apply to our Kids Design Glass program, which means that if you are chosen, if your illustration is chosen, one piece will be here left at the museum in our permanent collection, and the other piece will go home with you all. And this is for youth 12 and under to apply. So can we see the Kids Design Glass video to learn a little bit more about the program? Can we please see the Kids Design Glass video?
Like art through the ages, glass has always been sort of made by designer and maker. And so to highlight that relationship, we created Kids Design Glass, where kids age 12 and under can make a drawing and submit it to us. We'll make two pieces, give one to the family, and we'll keep one to put in our collection and build the exhibition that has been Kids Design Glass.
We get a huge stack of drawings, and we sift through them to pick the ones that we can make and the ones that are interesting.
200-300 drawings a month, so we get a stack of drawings.
We go through each one. It's a drawing and a story about the drawing.
Probably the most unique drawings are the ones that really stick out. The ones that aren't like based on a character that they've already seen, the ones that come straight from their imagination.
Usually kids by that age, they're not really tainted by like pop culture and outside influences. They kind of like what they like.
My original idea for the rainbow marshmallow, when the marshmallow melts, what comes out are their tears. And this one cries rainbows. Like the inside is all rainbow. It was the first time that I was like kind of made contact into like the glass blowing world. And what was really fun about it was knowing that a piece that I've come up with that is like part of my self-expression was like interesting enough for others to like incorporate it into the real world.
Being in a creative environment, I think that builds self-esteem, and the fact that they're going to have this thing that they're going to have the rest of their lives of something that they had as a child, and then knowing that they're actually like in a museum collection, which is pretty incredible when you're under 12 years old.
If any other kids are entering the program, then I'd say I really hope that your art gets chosen. It is really mesmerizing to see the details being put on. I was just very happy that the Hot Shop team actually chose my art. Who knows, maybe if you're timing it just right, you could actually get up there when your art is like being displayed up there.
For 20 years, we've made some wild things. It's so free, and I would say loose, but what we really pay attention to is making sure that we're capturing all the details.
There's so many challenges in making the kids design drawings, and I think that's something that maybe the average viewer wouldn't notice.
A lot of these objects are very fragile and are just different than any of the other glass I usually work on.
The way the kids draw them, they just have no idea of what, you know, glass can do. So they just draw it however their mind imagines this object.
We're talking with them, making sure that we're seeing the color the same way, making sure that, you know, the eyes are on one side or are they supposed to be on both sides.
Appendages and weird helmets, they're all great challenges and things that we wouldn't necessarily run into without this program. I think it's inspiring for us as glassmakers, and I hope it's inspiring for the kids doing the drawings. I hope the kids kind of see that their creativity is this muscle that they need to exercise.
One of the best parts about the program is seeing the kid in the front row giving us tips on how we can make it better or things they don't like that we're doing. They have a voice here.
I designed the lion crab in 2011. Just recently, we went back to the museum, and seeing my piece on display at the museum was just incredible.
I mean, we have times where people come in the crowd and some young adult, you know, in their 20s or early 30s, is like, hey, you made my kids design glass, and they bring out their phone and show us a picture, and it's them like 10 years old, and you know, it's to see the impact that we've made. I think every single one is special.
So now what we've done is we've laid color, this really pretty gray color over a clear bubble. This is known as a color overlay. This is how the body of the wine bottle gets color. It'll create a nice solid transparent gray finish when it cools down, similar to the one that we just watched them put away. On the table here, on the marble table here, this will be the logo or the label that will be placed on the wine bottle. And the artist will sign this paper and it'll go onto the front of the wine bottle. So as we've gathered over that initial color overlay, he'll cool the pipe down on the pipe cooler there. We're going to continue to gather over the bubble until we have enough glass that we would like to blow out the bubble inside to start to shape the wine bottle. So we gather the glass from our furnaces here. Our furnace are the silver tanks with the doors on them. Can we please see the furnace diagram? And dipping into the furnace is like dipping into a jar of honey. That glass, it contains a certain level of viscosity that will, which allows it to adhere to itself as we rotate. And so we're able to capture a good amount of glass, and that will also dictate how much we blow the bubble out into the shape that we would like for it to be. He's rolling the hot glass over the paper with different, the glass has different molds on the surface, and so that when he rolls it over the paper, it'll burn the different molds of the texture onto the paper. So whenever there's bubbles inside of the glass, we'll go in and pluck them and then shear them off or out of the hot glass. We're making a wine bottle. The wine bottle will be like this really pretty transparent gray, and it'll have a really beautiful wrap on the outside, which is like a gold color when it cools. It looks white during the process. We'll go in with our block. Our block is designed to help cool down the outer layers of the glass while keeping the inner core nice and hot so we can continue to blow the bubble out. So steel is not the best conductor of heat, but it will start to get hot as we continue to dip into these really high temperatures. And so over to the pipe cooler to cool the pipe down where we need to be able to grip it. So all of the glass within our furnaces is clear. And so that means we have to add color to the process during the process. We have to add color to the glass during the process. And so for the visitors that just got into the hot shop, I'd like to show them the color overlay video so they understand how this glass was colored. Can we please see the color overlay video?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So Sarah will bring over the pattern of the lines for the outside. This is a roller wrap, so pay attention. We're going to touch that glass there, the gold wrap on the outside of the gray bubble, and roll it back. And so now he'll go and get this wrap that we applied to the surface nice and hot, and then he's going to touch it onto this pad on the marvering table to, instead of the wrap just being linear, he's going to make them striations of different lines in the glass. So then he'll touch it on this plate here. If you stand up top, you can get a better view of how the lines will start to move. But when he blows out the bubble, you'll be able to see the pattern in a moment on the big screen. So we'll blow into the end of the pipe as we shape it with the papers. The papers are just multiple sheets of folded newspaper that have been soaked in water, and it's a great tool for shaping. So now we'll go in with our jacks and we'll follow the glass and start to pinch into the glass. And this is known as carving in a jack line. It's a reference point. He's actually elongating the glass also to help build in a stem. I mean the neck of the wine bottle. And so we're pulling it out purposely, and now we're gonna carve in a jack line. And this is a reference point indicating the end of the pipe and the beginning of the piece. That tool is known as a jack, and it's two large blades. And so if you squeeze them, they can carve into glass. So when we go in and out of the glory hole rests at about 2300 degrees. Can we see the glory? Oh, we can't quite see the glory hole diagram right now. So now we'll begin to shape the bottom. As she blows into the end of the pipe, she'll use her papers, and Trent will support the bottom with a paddle. Welcome to the hot shop. We're making a wine bottle. It has some really awesome pattern on the surface of the glass and a gray body, a transparent gray body. So as we blow into the end of the pipe there, we'll shape the bottom. It's important that the bottom is shaped as to their liking before we take this piece off the pipe to clean up the opposite side. We'll give it a nice flash, and then we'll prepare ourselves to remove the glass from the pipe. He'll dip into the furnace there to gather a bit of glass. This bit of glass will be used to connect to the bottom of the wine bottle to transfer it from the initial blowpipe we started on. That furnace there, it rests at about 2,100 degrees, and it can hold up to 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass. You said, what's the inside of the furnace made out of? Yeah, so the two different ways. So the reheating chambers are lined with hollow fire bricks, and they can withstand the high temperatures. And then can we see the illustration of the furnace? So if you look up there, that green portion of the illustration will be the crucible where the glass rests. And so there's a bowl inside of there that protects the glass from the machine itself. And now we've brought this additional transfer rod. We've connected the bit of glass onto the bottom of the bottle. Thank you for that illustration. If you look up at the big screen there, we'll put a little bit of water on that jack line that we carved in earlier. Tap the pipe and the vibrations will help release the glass from the initial blowpipe. And that's why carving in a jack line, carving in that line of tension as we did earlier, is really important. It helps us get to the next step of the process. Now, when we come back out of the reheating chamber, he'll be able to start to, well, first we're going to put the bottle on center with the pipe. Can we see the illustration, the glory hole diagram? So as you can see, the glory hole where we continue to work in and out of from the bench, it's lined with hollow fire brick. It's powered by natural gas and forced air. It's used to reheat the glass only. There's no molten glass inside of the reheating chamber, and it rests at 2,300 degrees. If you all have any questions, my name's Emily. Feel free to raise your hand or shout my name out. I'll be happy to answer your questions. So January 15th through January 19th will be Goblet Week here at the Museum of Glass, and different artists will come and showcase their abilities to create goblets in their own style. Making goblets is a really hard task. It really showcases master's skill set to be able to stack this really delicate, fragile glass so dainty and create a really beautiful masterpiece such as a goblet. And so we'll have various artists working here in the hot shop. This bottle will be auctioned off, raffled off during the week, and it'll have two different goblets accompanying it for the raffle. And so that'll be able to be purchased online. You don't even have to come in. I remember last year we definitely marketed them and people were able to purchase tickets. They weren't even here. So you can do it over the phone, call in to enter yourself into the raffle for a really awesome handmade wine bottle, as well as the cups to complement it. For those of you who are just joining, happy Friday. Welcome to the Hot Shop. We're making a wine bottle currently. Feel free to walk along the top of the balcony too to get a kind of like a bird's eye view into the Hot Shop process. So we bring over an extra bit of glass that has color. We'll hot torch it with a small torch there, and then we'll stamp it with a special logo for our Goblet Week event. Once again, Goblet Week is January 15th through the 19th. So be sure to tune in online and watch the Hot Shop work. Come in and watch various artists design goblets. And purchase tickets to the event if you'd like to come and join us for an evening celebrating the goblets that will be made during that week. We'll get under it, knock it off. Let's give them a big round of applause for all their hard work. We'll give it a nice fire polish and then take it over to the annealing oven where it has to slowly cool down overnight to prevent any sort of shock. It'll stay there till tomorrow and we'll take it out. Let's give Trent a big round of applause for boxing that piece up. Everything they do here while they're making it, they make it look very easy, but although his hands are protected with those gloves, the heat is still radiating through the materials. And so that is how a wine bottle is made. We possibly may do another one. I will ask, but I'll figure out what we're doing next, and I'll let you all know. So just give us a moment to gather ourselves and get started in just a sec. So the reason why the glass would shock if it stayed in this environment is because it's like an onion. It has many layers, and so we have to put it in the annealing oven. It'll catch it at a certain temperature, like maybe that's set at 920. So it'll catch it at 920 degrees, and it'll bring it all the way back to room temperature, or it'll bring it back to a lower 100-degree temperature, right? To where then we'll come in and we'll crack the oven, and then it'll bring it back all the way to room temperature so we can actually touch it. And so that is why we have to put items in the annealing oven, or else they will interfere with thermal shock. Because of the natural environment, it can't bring all of those different layers, because that glass is cooling rapidly as we're working. From the time we gather the first gather to the time we gather the last gather, we're having to combat all the sciences of it, keeping it warm. And that's why they do things like constantly reheat and constantly use the fluffy torch to heat it. So there is so much more science behind what we're doing as opposed to what you see. So the bottles that we made, so on this piece of paper here, Ben is using different textures. He's testing different textures, which means that he'll dip hot glass into a mold and then roll it over the paper, and it will be the logo. After the artist sign it, it'll be the logo for the wine bottle. Such a cool design process. In just a moment, we'll get started with the process again. So we continue to use the hot glass to stamp the paper to create some designs on the paper, which will then become the label on a wine glass that we just made. After Goblet Week, we'll have the artists that come to create goblets sign it, and then it'll be auctioned off at the event. So we are working on different prints, which will then become the label for the wine bottle. For Goblet Week, the wine bottle will be raffled off, accompanied with 2 goblets, and the logo will also have the signatures of the various artists that will come during Goblet Week to demonstrate how the goblets are made to their liking, so their style of goblets. And then on the right side of the hot shop, Sarah's dipping clear glass into chopped glass, which we know as frit. We call that frit. And this will add color to the glass, and then we'll pull it out and lay it over a ladder here on the ground to make a piece of cane. So as we work in and out of our reheating chambers, can we see the glory hole diagram? Those reheating chambers are only designed to reheat the glass. They are powered by natural gas and forced air, and the temperatures are kept around 2300 degrees. And then when we dip into the furnace, that's where we can gather glass from. Hot glass likes to stick to hot steel. And so we're able to gather glass and use it. It's only clear, though. We have to add color to it by different color application methods. Can we see the furnace diagram, please? So if you look up at the big screen there, you will see that the furnace is powered by natural gas and forced air. It runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And it holds about 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass, and it rests at 2,100 degrees. Thank you. I hope you guys have had a really awesome Friday. We were just experimenting with using hot glass to make impressions on the paper as you we took it up now, so you won't be able to see it anymore. And then we're also working on some prep for a kids design glass piece, and so that means we pulled some stringer earlier, which are canes of colored glass. And so currently we're just getting things prepared for the next day, wrapping up the end of our hot shop day for this really happy Friday we're experiencing. As we continue to dip into the furnaces to gather glass that will allow us to pull the glass out and add more colors, so the color will be very dense. We're making various different colors. You might not be able to see them from all the way up there, but if you come a little closer, you'll be able to see the different colors of glass on the ground. So we're just doing a little prep work for a piece that's actually exists in the gallery already, the Grand Hall, that marshmallow, I don't know the proper name, but the kids design glass piece on display. And so we have to create what is known as ribbon, flat ribbon cane, and that means that the rainbow portion of the piece, this is how it is made. So we had to pull multiple different colors, and now we're going to band them together, heat them up, and stretch them out to make the rainbow portion of the marshmallow kids design glass. So we'll lay them on this piece of kiln shelf here, get it nice and hot. So now we're going to put it into the we'll put it into the garage to get it nice and warm. We're going to start warming it up. We'll put the cane into the reheating chamber. We've created a bit of glass on the end of the rod there to be able to pick up the cane, get it all hot together, and then stretch it out. We'll pick it up, which will then allow us to get it hotter and then stretch it out a bit more. The time is now 5 o'clock. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with us here in the Hot Shop at Museum of Glass. But we are now closed for the evening. Thank you so much. I hope you have a wonderful Friday. Have a great weekend. And you can always watch us on our live stream at museumofglass.org.